Yep, episode 4, part 1. Time to go. Time to go.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, spirit.
I begin
Howdy,
to
howdy.
said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction. That there is more to this case
Pokies.
than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story.
How are you doing
that
today?
are yet
Oh.
to discover.
All right.
His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant
You doing
memory
fine?
of
Hey.
that snowy evening.
Somebody's dead?
To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back.
Oh, great.
Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
Invisible killer, eh? Oh, yeah? Are you back here? 9:47 a.m. British Supreme Court Lord Chief Justice Office. Objection! Howdy, Chronic. How are you? Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? No, not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious, I felt like we were staying in a palace. Palace! And with all the gaslights twinkling, it was brighter than day, even in the middle of the night. What about the enormous bed? After my time on the SS Buria, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Oh yes, it really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except when I learned that we owe £3 for the rooms. £3! That dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Imagine these days, nowadays, if a hotel would cost £3. Woo! Oops, sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entry so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year? I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. I really am sorry. £3. Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. Ugh, London is a scary place. Oh, good morning to you at this early hour. Oh, Mr. Mao. Oh, yes, Mel Strongheart. Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. Yesterday? 2 days ago. She's always amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid, even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. Freaking Mac something, was it again? Was it MacGuild? Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practices. And we had that fire problem too, a fire accident. Oh yes, it was a very eye-opening, thank you. And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end. Yes, I have already been apprised of the events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Oh? No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern land. Thank you very much. So, I'm a lawyer now? Lawyer! Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. Okay, here we go. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem. Another case already? It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. That's what's to come to terms with. The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for? That guy was He was an asshole. I could say he was a bad guy for sure, but we don't know if he's the killer though. I trade. This was such a Mac Guild. I will never ever want to defend him again. What a bastard. What a bastard. I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGill really was innocent. Well, we never know now. Mr. Naruhodo. It's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended. Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Magnus McGill. Oh, was he the one who was inside the omnibus? Wait, was he the one who is... Wait, is he really dead? No? Have you seen the body yet? When I see the body, I will not believe if until I see the body. Passed away immediately following the trial. No! What? Mr. McGill is dead? Not much body to see? Burned to crisp? It could be a fake body. No, right? Dummy body? I don't know. I have a 19 minutes and a 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. Alright. Explain. I don't understand. What happened? How can he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you all presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom. Yes, of course, that was the scene of the crime which McGill has been accused of. Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames. No. How could such a thing have happened? That is being investigated as we speak, but already the police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of McGill. That's awful! The man must have slipped inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. That bailiff really needs to pay more attention. And how could that have happened? That is also being investigated as we speak. Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGill did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus. Yeah, he did. He did. That I remember. As in an inspection of the omnibus. Not to my knowledge, I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining their carriage. Then what the fuck? What? Then who was Mr. McGill talking about? Never mind that now. It is important. The yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police. Poor Mr. McGill. So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? It is a fucked up court, you know. Especially those jury that, you know, they got the 6 people you have to, convince. Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was... Wow. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped into the solemnity of the Great Britain's long history. It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. Wow, Shizuto-san has such a way with words. And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. She knows. The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Advanced, Maya. It is advanced, but there's some, fixing to do for sure. Learn all you can. Or improvement you can do. The most advanced in the world, is it? Yeah. It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair. Simple? That was simple? Oh yeah, simple my ass! As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose. I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple. The circumstances of the case were so incriminating, I was stunned when I first heard them. That we managed to get a favorable verdict. He just laughed. Is something funny? No, my apologies. This guy might be an evil guy. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. If this is an advanced judicial system, I wonder what's primitive? And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent, wouldn't you agree? Well, I don't know about that. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations. I freely admit that much, at least is an undeniable truth, which is precisely why I have prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before. We got the not guilty by you know, I guess scamming that Mr. McGill scam. What's going on? What was he going to say before? Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned? Don't tell me it's a murder and the trial starts in 10 minutes. I hope not. Don't worry, it's nothing you all so alarming or quite as so urgent as your last assignment. In fact, this case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? It is to say, no one has died as yet. The trial will not be today. There's plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. Bruh! So the trial is tomorrow then. Great. Is everything alright? Oh, yes. I'm still confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was... Well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know if I could face standing in that courtroom again after Mr. McGill's trial. Ah yes, I nearly forgot there's one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there's currently no one to advocate for the defense. What the hell? Oh, if the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unpresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome. The most terrible end awaits the defendant. Ka-ching! Yes, that's right. Here we go again. Here we go again. Your time is up. You will have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. Well, time to, you know, examine. There's now but 23 hours and 26 minutes and 39 seconds until the court sits. Last time he mentioned the 23 hours, he said there was plenty of time. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There's something I should like to ask you. Oh, what's that? Yesterday, you remarked upon something. That you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asoki? I would be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Oh well, Kazuma always used to say that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world works so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I like to work towards that myself. And there's another thing. Oh, another thing. Continue. On the way here, on the steamship, he said something to me. Very important I have to do. Something very important? What exactly would that be? He never had a chance to tell me. Suppose he would have done if he ever made it to the Great Britain. You're out of time. But thank you for an enlightening discussion. Mr. Naruto, what's all this about? Mr. Asoki never once mentioned anything of the sort to me. I urge you both to focus your attentions on the matter at hand. It's because, Susato, I'm more important than you. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He'll be able to apprise you of the details. How long has he been there? I have no idea. So, I wish you the best of luck and bid you for a farewell. There's something very important that I have to do, Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? I wish I knew, but honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we had better talk to the detective, don't you think? Yes, you're right. I hope I'm just imagining it, but I won't say he looks pleased to see us at all. What? Wait, is he eating potato wedges? That guy is eating fries. Or is that... I can't... Is that a bread? Oh, he's eating fish and chip. Bruh, it's fish and chip, but the fish just keeps coming. Could we trouble you? There's a nice fish and chip. Never-ending fish and chips. Imagine. What do you think? Lovely weather, isn't it? What's the weather got to do with anything? Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some frippery about the weather doesn't get every English gent eating out of your hand, you know. But Susato-san told me it was foolproof. I'm a busy man, a very busy man. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here having to give the likes of you a talking to. Oh, I'm ever so sorry. Can you imagine what the other officer with there will be saying? Haven't seen the Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the big weeks these days. Not because of some pumpkin who's here on a jaunt from a country I never even heard of. Hear that ripping sound? That's my reputation at the yard going to tatters. There's no need to rip us apart as well. I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? Well, his attitude changed. It is unseasonably fine, I grant you. London winters don't see a lot of sunshine. Unbelievable. How did she pull that off? So, Lord Strongheart has asked me to fill you in on the case. The name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard. Gregson? Inspector Gregson? What's the matter with Susato-san? Does the detective's name mean something to her? I don't know. Inspector Gregson? Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson? You're acting like you know this man, Mr. Susato, but he's a London detective. Oh, I do know him very well, in fact. Very well? Yeah, yes, he features prominently in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Oh, in that publication, what's it called again? Rand's magazine? That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderful friendly rivalry. Really? You rival the great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible. Oh, well, I don't know about that. Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with the goods from time to time. Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You have earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of a bad lot of all the Scotland Yarders. Yarders, those were his own words. That's his highest praise? Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see. That he is not, and thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London town now. That's great, isn't it? I have to admit that to start with, I was a little, well, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand and my reputation at the yard went through the roof. But that's wonderful. No, it is not. There's nothing more sinister than the man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure. Rumors? Are you quite sure? He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. The fame's gone to his head, stuff like that. Gosh, do you really think people are saying such a mean-spirited things about you? I get the feeling these detectives could be very hard work. Oh dear, perhaps a sudden rise to fame does change people. So, about the case that the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before, nothing to tell you really. As far as we are concerned at the yard, it couldn't be a simpler. Oh dear, that probably means that as far as we are concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated. We sure we're wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right. A young woman was walking along the pavement on the Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in the hospital unconscious. That's despicable. What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind? Suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with a Susato takedown, would you? There's neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo. Brace yourself, investigate. You have angered her now. Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. We barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. So there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to a culprit? Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question? Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one. Sorry? There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now. Why not? Simple. The prosecutor that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow. Hey, Lord Baron Von Zeeks! No! Sounds like you heard of him then. Oh yes, we are very familiar with Lord Von Zeeks. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself. The Reaper of the Bailey. The Reaper. Lord Baron Von Zeeks, who we faced in court only yesterday. Mr. McGill told us about him before the trial, didn't he? Yeah, we know about this. Lord Von Zeeks! This Reaper of the Bailey nickname. Suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty, is that it? Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord Von Zeeks, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty. I'm out of it. Oh, well, I think that means that even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant. No, you really don't have a clue, do you? What do you mean? What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Oh, Magnus McGill came a cropper in that omnibus when it went up in flames. So you can't really say you saved the defendant, you can you? What are you saying? Look, if once he could get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. But that's not how it goes. He doesn't work for miracles. He works magic. Black magic. I'd have a good long think about that if I were you. Monkas? Yeah. Black magic? Are we really supposed to believe that? Right, well, I fill you in as requested and I'm very nearly out of chips. So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there. So Briar Road, you said, didn't you, where the incident took place? That's correct, ma'am. And if you head over there to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself. You branded him a criminal already? He's as good as shaking like a leaf in his cell. He'll give you a chuckle if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way. Inmate 53, thank you. Inmate 53. So there's no helping you anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say. Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? To tell the truth, when I recalled the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage too. But if the man they arrested is innocent, you could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny. So, if I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. And I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try, so I think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will it help? Did you really think you had to ask? After all, I am your judicial assistant. Thank you. So then, shall we? Yes. Let's go. Bop, bop, bop. Let's go to a Bria Road. Let's check the crime scene. Daily News. Metropolitan. So this is where it happened. Briar Road. Oh, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at that regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak. Scotland. That is their job, you know. But Mr. Naruhodo, to see one with my own eyes. They're often depicting the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, but I never dreamt I ever come this close. To real Bobby's helmet. What? The helmet? Hee. Of course, I have to try one on one day. Well, I hope your Hattie dreams comes true. I don't see Inspector Gregson anywhere. Should we see if we can sneak past and investigate the scene of the stabbing? Why should we sneak? I don't want to upset one of those Bobbies and be battered on the head by one of those metal helmets. My skull would crack in two, I'm sure. Oh no, an English Bobby would never do such a thing. This is a land of gentlemen, you know. Land of gentlemen, you say? Okay. Done nothing wrong, so we have no cause for concern. Oh no, I'm not getting caught again. Twice is enough. Twice I found myself in handcuffs despite not knowing a thing what was going on. Yes, you've had some dreadful experiences. I'm sure it's not why I look panicked you're so prone to. It doesn't you no favor at all. Ugh. Oh, that's a Scotland Yard carriage. They use vehicles like that to rush to crime scene and cart away criminals. You're very informant, aren't you? It's a long been a dream of mine to ride one of those through the streets of London. Well, just pick up a stone and throw it through one of those windows, eh? But that would mean being arrested in order to ride it. Would it? Still, if it's stone evade, help me find a good stone. No, I wasn't serious. I did like the snowman. I didn't realize the English had a tradition of making snowmen as well. Looks a little creepy though. Oh, has a scarf. Look, you need one if you were out in this freezing cold. All the times I wish I had one. I'm afraid our budget is somewhat frozen at the moment too. We certainly can't afford a scarf. Sure, the snowman here would miss his. The person who made the snowman certainly would. Yes, I know. You're right. Anyway, if I borrowed it, it wouldn't do much to warm my neck, wouldn't it? It's covered in snow. So these are British prison cells. Oh, they're ghastly? It feels just like a dungeon. Yes, and having experience in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruto. You're making it seem worse. Apparently, our client is in this cell here, but it's so dark at the back there, I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Unit 53, your legal representative is here to see you. Stop hiding and at the back of the cell and show your face at once. Am I a cat? As yet with no name? Calling me by my number. It's utterly, unbelievably, unjustly, unreasonable. I refuse to answer. Mr. Naruto, what do you think is going on here? I have no idea, but I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That title of complaints was in Japanese. Japanese? Why does he look so familiar? Excuse me, but who? Shh, quiet. They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening. Even now, I can sense it. Right. So, could I ask you who exactly? There you are. You come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide. You're a ghost. Ghost? What the? You mean you no harm, prisoner, son? Are you Japanese by any chance? This is beyond my wildest dreams. Forgive me for that outburst before. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. We were just a little surprised. That's all. Imagine it. It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am in a frightful fix in a foreign land. So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot voice here in this damn dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment. We could have guessed that this new Lion Lord Strongheart assigned to us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese. What compassion my fellow countrymen showed to dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nippon. A first-class lawyer. Oh dear, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what's happened? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example? Yes, I can, I will. Shan't stay silent. But quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I'm a lawyer, as you said. My name is Rinosuke Naruhodo. I am Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Notably notorious name Natsume. Soseki Natsume! Soseki Natsume, son. What unusual name. Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see. I'm a writer of haiku. Something of a nom de plume. A nom de plume, you mean? An alias. That's right, Naruhodo-san. No, don't be so prosaic. It's much more refined than that. And haiku, that really reminds me of home. Did I hear you said that you were a visiting student sent over here by the government? Yes, that's right. A year ago, I was taught to go and study English. First, I had to suffer that misery, and now this. It's beyond the place. Pal? Suffer that misery. Did you not want to study here? No, I mean, I had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. Oh? But just because the government tells you to do something, then it means you can do it, no? What do you mean? They told me to study English literature, and I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Unbelievable and justly unreasonable. Holy. Only the other day, I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a black piece of paper. Wise words on white washi. Washi? Great standing. And I often like to be told, it seems. Could you perhaps tell us why you have been arrested, Saki-san? I didn't do it. And you commit to that atrocious murder. Murder? Oh, no, it's alright. That woman didn't actually die, did he? She was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes. For your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? No, you did not. I didn't see anyone. What? If I had seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here? Oh dear, it seems this case is becoming rather complicated. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? The curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient. So Soseki was there at the scene, but he didn't see attacker. It's wild that we find out more about this case. After the show had started to clear and heavy with fog, I've been to this bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my accursed lodging. Surely the bookshop was in a curse too. As I recall, as I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the soul silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat. She was in just as I went to overtake her. She suddenly left out of a little scream and collapsed into the cold hand slabs of the floor at my feet. How terrible! I called out to a woman, but she didn't move. It was almost like a ghostly scream graveyard. Slight exaggeration, yeah. I was terrified. I had to get away from there, so I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodging. That's not good. They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that. Tell me, Soseki-san, what was the victim of an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous. Do you think I don't know any of these fair-haired English and a young woman at that? I'm different. Shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people. I see a young woman unknown to Soseki-san. And at the same time it happened? Who else did you see nearby? Did anyone pass you? Baker regrettably? Apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one? Oh, great. By the way, Soseki Natsume was a real person? Oh, he was a real person? Soseki Natsume. Oh shit! A Japanese novelist. He probably didn't JoJo post Ariel, but still. Yeah. Wow. 1980-67 and died 1916. Was born 1867. Wow. Damn. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? What conundrum? Conundrum? What do you mean, Susato-san? What's the conundrum? If what Suzuki-san has just told us is true, there's something I can explain. Since he didn't know the victim and that there was no one else at the scene, then he apparently fled without having been seen. I did! But if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit. Oh, you... What did you just say? Nothing. I didn't say anything. Oops, perhaps I thought that a little loudly. Actually, that's not what was troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Saoseki actually come to be arrested? Sorry, he didn't touch the victim and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Oh yes, she's right. It was him, that accursed great detective. He led the police to me. Of all the bad luck, accursed great detective. Could it be Sholmes? I should never forget that man's name as long as I live. With his hearty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Oh yeah. Brash, big-head, busybody. May you be cursed until the end of your days. Herlock? Sholmes? I like how they call him her. A German. Doki? I knew it. Herlock. Mr. Sholmes? Herlock Shaw. Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure. It was the morning of that nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a silver of a hard cheese when some men suddenly burst in through the door. They started shouting at me. This the police, put the weapon down. Yes, it was that thin sliver, and yes, it was hard, but I wasn't eating a weapon. Disgusting diary discrimination devils. You clearly had a trying morning yesterday. And there he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That Herlock Sholmes! It's actually just Herlock Sholmes. He's English. I've since found out that he's a famous name in detection here in London. Yes, the great detective is really very well known. And this average young man managed to deduce my whereabouts apparently. This something knife-wielding madman, me? This weak stoop killing of a man? Wonder what great deduction process led him to his conclusions this time. Do you mean to say that Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable. Well, the thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in. Of course you were. That's only natural. I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing questions after question at me in a possible English. Fiendish foreign flummery. Well, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English. Wireless controller battery level is low. There we go. Good point. But my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So just kept repeating things like, yes, I do, and I'm fine. What? You idiot! Next thing I knew, I was in medicals, and before I knew it, I was thrown in here. Oh dear, I'm afraid that's hardly surprising. I'm fine. He's not fine now. Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo, and when we are speaking English, a simple Mister is more than enough. Oh yes, alright, yes, they have really got to me. They really got to me. This country is posing my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, why is it so hard to say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself on a study tour. A student? I have defended a case in the Old Bailey, only the one though. At this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. Oh, Naruhodo-san. But even the foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm a sort of locum lawyer, I suppose. But that armband, that's the mark of a defense lawyer from a great empire. Yeah, keepsake. Why do you say that? For the same reason as you noted before, when it happened, there was only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for Soseki-san. Anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them, someone not to be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before in my earshot without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said, and of course the foreigner did it. They even had the gal to say the man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway. It's awful. They're wrong! I studied in more English than the half of the policemen out there on the streets. I have traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you have been through. Soseki-san, it's just that... Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can for the time being. What do you mean? You should investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If you can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure. Oh yes, thank you. I'll be here, all along, waiting for you. Look, I'm stupid Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Should be going then, Mr. Naruhodo-san. You have a case to prepare for. Back to Prior Road, right? Oh. What's the Japanese delegation doing here? Oh, Inspector Gregson! This is on the tourist trail, as I'm fairly sure you are well aware. Yes, of course. So we're here to investigate. So you've been to the holding cells then. What did you make of the criminal? He's not a criminal, as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect. We'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Yeah, do what you will. It doesn't bother me. The blokes in court tomorrow about whatever happens, and the verdict's a foregone conclusion. The stone cold air of rejection. Take heart, London at this time of year is full of stone cold air. That makes it worse somehow. Tell me about the Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I've read about it in the Adventures of the Sherlock Holmes, I've been fascinated by the place. The Yard is the most sophisticated policing organization you'll find anywhere in the world, ma'am. Oh, and you know, I've always dreamed of wearing a real Bobby's helmet. Just make them look like the part, seeing that policeman there with his helmet on. You certainly get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty of protecting the city. Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful? Being a London Hoppy is hard going, I can tell you. Oh really? First thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes around and rouses all the laborers on his beat so they can get off to work. What? He wakes people up? Yup, raps on their windows with a long pole. Did myself going back a bit. I had no idea. The Bobby works for the people of the town. It's just another one of his duties. After that, he starts tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. He has to cover 20 miles a day. That's the regulation distance. I can't really imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way. Let me see. 20 miles, that's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. On foot, that's definitely taking things to a step too far. And when it gets dark, of course, he has the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps. Oh my. I suppose in between all of those duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well. And just after criminals trying to evade the law. I'm not sure you could call it in between exactly, no more alongside, but yes. They're expected to handle those jobs as well. We do have men killing over from time to time, I admit. I'd always dreamt of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Your heavy heart will be my heavy head if you do. It happened at around 5 in the evening 2 days ago, just there at that open bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind. Is it right that the lady is still unconscious now? You mentioned that she's been treated in hospital. You never said she was a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all. Suppose that means they haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course. It's a map of the local area. I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want. Really, are you sure? It's a yard police policy to give lawyers defending suspect the odd bit of information to go on. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still. Thank you, Inspector. Okay, street map. Oh god, Briar Roar, and this is where it happened. There's a Calabash Road and Meerschaum Street. Anyway, as far as I know, there was no one else on the scene other than the victim and your fellow countryman. So really, do you think not much of a head scratch, is it? Well, I know Mr. Nachume is also claiming not to have seen anyone else around, but just because he didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean we can be sure that nobody else was present. Sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure. How? Because, ma'am, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed. What? We have two very reliable witnesses, no less. Oh. It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see them. There are witnesses now. Copper? A policeman? That might change things. And this policeman just happened to be there at this exact moment the woman was attacked. Nothing peculiar about that, man. Part and parcel of being a Bobby, catching them banging the egg and all that. Do you think it might be possible for us to ask that policeman a few questions? Be my guest. You can ask him what you like in court tomorrow. Oh, I have no doubt he'll be summoned as a witness. So that'll give you something to look forward to. That's that then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems. Policeman witnessed the incident. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed. Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too. Oh yes, one more thing, Inspector. What? The person who led you to the suspect. I hear that that was Mr. Herlock Sholmes. What are you bringing him up for? Was it something I said? The color has strained from his cheeks. Tomorrow's trial. That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on a trial tomorrow. Are you going to defend him or not? Well, makes no difference to me, but I will just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt would touch that case with a barge pole. Because the prosecution of me is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean? There's no way to save the man now. It's a waste of time trying. It is all a bit strange though. Sorry? The Reaper. He hasn't appeared in a court once for a good few years now. Yes, we did hear something to that effect. And the only people he usually bothers with are the real scum, the master criminals, the violent ones. Master criminals? The violent ones? That's right. He handpicks his victims, only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins. But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely. It's just my point, sunshine. Yes, the young woman was stabbed, but he didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper to want to sink in his teeth into, for want of a better phrase. It's not exactly a minor infraction, is it? No, there's gotta be more to it. Some reason he's taking an interest. Really? What sort of reason, Inspector? You think I can tell what's going on inside the head of that Lord of Darkness? You have to ask him yourself at tomorrow's trial. Are we really going to have to face the Reaper again, the Lord of Darkness, as he put it? Mr. Sholmes? Who did you hear that name from? Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsume who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings. I'm sure it was the result of one of the Mr. Sholmes' inspirational great deductions. Field of battle! Ugh. The man's an amateur, and I'm getting sick and tired of him shoving his muck everywhere. Oh, I don't know where he gets his information from, but he just turns up at the scene of the crime, wanders around spouting his incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, he claims to have solved the case. Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he? He is a great help to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he? Kibble gabble. Ever seen this before? Oh yes, that's the Rand's magazine. The wonderful publication with which the adventures of Mr. Sherlock Sholmes appears. Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several of the Yard detectives in its stories. The so-called great detective makes a mockery of all of us. If you ask anyone at the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any Sherlock Sholmes tale at all. I suppose there's an element of that. We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be affronted by the public thanks to that obnoxious detective. The man's as dangerous to us at Scotland Yard as he is to all our criminals. That can't really be true, can it, Inspector? Clearly the great detective and the police have a complex relationship. Well, I don't think we are going to get any more useful information out of the detective. Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion? Oh yes, what is it? Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this. By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, exactly. Look at those shining eyes, you can't wait, can you? Well, Mr. Natsume did blame Mr. Sholmes for all of this, didn't he? Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in the case. Are you just going to ignore that? I hope not. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again. The trouble is, we have no idea of the man's address even. So how? It's Baker Street? How do you know that? It's in the stories, of course. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world. Oh, I see. Well, there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. We better try to find our way there before Susato-san gets any more excited and unpredictable. Hurrah! I'll summon a carriage. So we are here to have a reunion already with the great detective Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. Oh, anime scene.
Thank you very much. It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day. Thanks again.
Thanks again. If they had a voice acting for these cutscenes, man, why did they just put...
This is it. The residence of Mr.
why did they just, voice act the whole thing? If they had a voice acting for the cutscenes, come on. So this is where the great detective makes his living. It feels surreal to be here somehow. Is it as described in the stories, Mr. Susato? Susato-san. Many famous cases have been solved here in this very room. Oh, I suppose they must have been, yes. I have never read the stories, so it's hard to get quite as excited about it as she seems to be. Detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog down an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it, the romanticism. Can't you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, I suppose I can, yes. So if you don't mind, I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please don't mind me. She's obsessed. Well, it looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. Excuse me, is anybody home? Oh, do we have a visitor? Hey, it's the girl. Hello, is it the big new case for Mr. Sholmes? Hello? Wait, aren't you... Oh, how rude of me. I'll go make some tea at once. She's the lorry girl. I'm sure it's the same girl. Mr. Susato, did you see the girl who was just here? Oh yes, isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on his case. The King of Bavaria? King Wilhelm Kott, Drake, Sigismund von Ormsten, of course. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventure of Sherlock Sholmes for a moment and look over there. The tea is brewed and I have a freshly baked cake as well. Oh, it's you! I knew it! Chisela-san recognized her too. It's the girl who turned up at the end of the Mr. McGill's trial in the defendant's antechamber. I never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Poor you, having to get straight to work and you have only just arrived in London. Oh, yes, it was challenging. Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know. Oh, thank you. Is tea supposed to look that color? What color? Oh my, not a fragrant yet mellow flavor. Hooray, it's a winner! I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see. You must be exhausted from after your long voyage here, and you have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and you're to defend a Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck. Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley? Do you? Hurley? Mr. Sholmes to you, surely. Mr. Sholmes was a fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to the Great Britain, you see. Was he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's out on an errand again today, even though he's just returned from overseas. Did you deduce all those things, do you think? Deduce. And perhaps more to the point. Why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' shoots? Oh, silly me. I haven't introduced myself, have I? Madame? It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. Iris? I live here together with Hurley. She's 10? Oh, okay. I thought I thought it was a granny, but she's just usually it's a super old but acting as a lolly. But she's 10. Crying? It's always like that. But she's 10. Like Tsunade from Naruto, acting as young. Bruh. I live here together with Hurley. This is a Fire Emblem. She's not a dragon. Oh, Iris, is it? What a lovely name. What? What's the matter? No, wait, this can't be. Did you say that your name is Wilson? She's exactly as old as she looks. How can she be so smart for a 10-year-old? She makes those guns too. Wilson. Wilson? Wilson. Oh, the guy who's died. First case. The professor. Because she's an anime genius. Yes, that's right. And what are your names? Oh, I'm Runosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan. Oh, sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant Susato Mikotoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely Susie and Runo. God, Susie and Runo? Susie? And Runo? There's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her, but I don't know where to start. Yes, and so do I. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey? Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much. Oh no, not at all. I'm so sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming. Though at the time we did have a rather large gun pointed at us. Like this? Thinking back now, you left with Miss Lestrade in town, didn't you? Oh yes, that awkward weakness, Gina Lestrade. Oh, Jeannie? Yeah, she's a professional pickpocket. So we found out. It was a very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that. Are you referring to that child disrupting gun-like contraption? Exactly, so I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism in my inventions. This girl's dangerous. Anyway, I brought Jeannie back here after that so she could apologize to my trusty technician. Sorry, you technician? Hurley, of course, silly. Hurley? Yes, Herlock. Herlock Sholmes. We live here together. I had no idea the great detective had such an interesting young daughter. Daughter? Not likely. What? I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I? Well then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes? Well, I expect you have found out that lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive. So the solution is to share the cost with a partner, a roommate. You are roommates? I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? 10 at last this year. Well, what of your mother and father? Oh no, they are not around. Oh, I see. Oh yes, there's something I must ask you. Of course. Go ahead, Susie. I'm a very great fan of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes and... Oh, you have a copy of Rand's magazine? Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. Oh, this is so exciting. My stories are being read on the other side of the world. My stories? That's right. Hurley is always solving such amazing cases you see, and he tells me all about them. They really are quite fascinating. It would be such a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think? Goodness! Last night, he was telling me all about a new case he just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came. So you are the other. Yes, I'll let you in a secret if you like. I'm going to call this latest adventure The Speckled Band. Bruh! The Speckled Band? That's suddenly very familiar. Of course, I always change one or two details in the stories here and there. This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, that was Mr. Sholmes' first thought as well, actually. Yes, and of course I know that a snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case exactly, but it's a story. Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think, don't you? So, do you mean to say, the stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in the Rand's magazine, all written by me? Yes, on my wonderful and very modern typewriter. But all the stories I have ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson. Susala-san's getting more and more worked up. Ah, yes, that's me. I mean, my name really is Philson. But what about the doctor of medicine part? That's all true too. I'm a doctor of medicine. No, at 10 years old? Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman. Ah, yes. I did alter the setting slightly for the stories to be more compelling. Oh. Well, it sounds like a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow. I suppose it does, yes. Poor Susato-san, she looks like her whole world has just fallen apart. About before... Yes, what's on your mind, Runo? Do tell me, how did you know that I was a lawyer and we just arrived in London, I mean? Yes. Oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all of that? Oh, that's what you mean? Please, tell us how you did it. Explain every detail. Of course, I'd be delighted, although there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin. Iris Wilson is proud to present her logic and reasoning spectacular. Oh no. First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Runo. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber. But you also said that we only just arrived in London. How did you know that? I observed a passport and travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket. Oh, so I was reasonably confident that you must have only just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted a case against that particular prosecutor telling me you were unaware of the London's court affairs. The Reaper of the Bailey. I walked right into that one, didn't I? Now there's a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet with the suspect, weren't you, earlier today? Oh, damn, she's smart. They use those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see. I didn't realize. And a red stamp is only for use for people visiting foreign inmates. So, that told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGill, two of you had already had cause to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face, so I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or a relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case. I see. But how could you have known that the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely been home for a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he had caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling. Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been Mr. Natsume. Naruno has that fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves. So I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there was only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. Correct! Correct! Very correct. There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley's always tapping his notes with a knife. You know he's a silly. And that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening to I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions. Wow. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct? Absolutely. They're spot on. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. You even managed to ascertain something of Mr. Shum's delivery. Oh well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that. This is really very good news. You could tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris, please? Yo, so yesterday, Mr. Shums apparently had a Japanese man, you were saying. Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after his sea voyage. The police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene. Ah, the great detective is a popular man, it seems. Apparently a woman was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking stoop man running away from the scene. A short, shifty-looking stoop man. Mr. Natsume, beyond any doubt, Soseki's son said that he didn't see anybody else on this street at all. But it seems there were witnesses after all. Hurley used his great deductive powers to determine the man's address. It was a lodging room. Very nearby, he went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty-looking stoop man shivering in fear. Ugh, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark that time. Of course it did. He's a great detective. Still, that means... Oh! That means that the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it? Definitely. We have no time to investigate, probably. Hurley says that London is rife with crime. Oh, Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently. Oh dear. I hadn't realized the situation was so dire. That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying to keep criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person, which is, you know, very dumb, very dumb. That's terrible. I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system. I suppose it is, but in that case, I don't hold out much hope for Soseki-san. Oops. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been a very informative. Oh, you are most welcome. I had so much fun. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well. Ah, well, I expect Hurley is still investigating the scene of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, Mr. Mr. Nuts. Oh, May. Hurley said he was going to the man's lodgings. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there. Iris, do you know where those lodgings are? Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson when you were there? Yes, we know Inspector Gregson. Ah, goody. In that case, give Gregson this from me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know. What is this? A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems. Okay. It reads, tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem. Gosh, this will make the inspector help us, will it? Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try. Bam, bam. Good luck. Then I'm going to return to writing my manuscript, The Speckled Band. And I'll be making more special blends of tea, so come back again soon. We'll be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime. Let's go. So someone dubious they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all. We headed back to the scene with the Iris' curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. To be continued! Ooh! That looks like it's to be part 1. Part 1 done. Now part 2. Investigation part 2? Oh god. 2:38 p.m. Looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation. Perfect, so let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible. Yes, and let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him. Fist and chip? Yeah, if I present Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment? I'm sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gadabouts, that's for sure. We have this for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson. What? For me? From her ladyship? Her ladyship? Give that here, what once? Come on, hand it over. That's for me. Ugh, don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? Damn, lady. What was that called exactly? It's a silver crown, yeah, obviously, but it's a lot more than that. It's, well, it's an appearance fee. That's what it is. An appearance fee? Oh, I see. You mean... That's right. For the adventure of Herlock shops. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me every time. Yes, yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly. Of course, here using my name without my say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still. I'm sorry, Inspector. That must be difficult for you. Never you mind that. So, what did you want to know then, eh? Sorry? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What do you want to know? Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Oh, the little knife-wielding mustache Japanese fellow. He lives in a right old tower. It's just over there. Look. Right there? On the first floor of that house, on the corner where that wreck of a bicycle propped up. That is nearby indeed. If I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Caridep. Right, well, you see her again, you make sure you give her ladyship my regards, do you hear? I mean it, you tell her that Gregson sends his very best wishes. Don't worry, Inspector, we will. Goodbye for now then. And long live her ladyship! Godspeed. Well, at least he told us what he wanted to know before he left. Yes, so then, shall we go see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings? Definitely. Mr. Natsu... What the? Natsume lodgings. Oh, this is his place, huh? What the? Here's a maid? May I help you? Ah, yes. Would this be the residence of Mr. John Caridep? Indeed, it would, sir. And whom I say is calling? My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I am... Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Soseki Natsume. I believe he takes lodging here. Oh. We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client. What the? One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Caridep. Did you see that, Miss Susato? That was a real-life English maid. I know, as I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better. It suddenly feels like we have really arrived now, doesn't it? We need only to meet a butler and the experience will be complete. But I'm not sure if I go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting. Mr. Caridep will see you now. This way. Well, well, well. Good day to you, John Caridep at your service. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer. Do we excuse me not getting up? Took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maivon, don't you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service. Handed over the reins of the up-and-comings. So he's a retired soldier. It's a hell of a job getting up and downstairs now, I can tell you. Don't get out much, as you can imagine. Yes, it's quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it? I was painting at the top of the stairs. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. Do you think so? Well, Mr. Caridep, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Oh, it was nothing. The medal is just a folder roll, it really? Wouldn't like to offend the general though, so I gradually displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch down, Johan? Let these good people see it properly. Oops. Sean, fetch. Dash it all, woman, be careful! What the hell, this maid? Wow. Damn. Oh, dear me, I do beg your pardon, sir. You real jolly nearly took the skin off my hands. I shall be more careful, sir. So anyway, there you have it, living the quiet life now. Yes, I see. Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right? Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us. Only two, please, naturally, especially if it helps to keep the peace here in Blightly. We forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware, so this case is very much in the public eye, as it were. Oh, is it? Even had some famous detective poking around, you know, in this old house, would you believe? Yes, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name, not really my cup of tea, all that detective business. Oh, but you have a copy of Brand's magazine here, so... no, Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak, so he's in Shosaki-san's room. It's a bally nuisance, is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss, it's jolly unsettling. What Mr. Natsume is then, Mr. Karidep? Please do tell us. Ah yes, the Japanese chap, only been lodging here for a week. Oh, just 1 week? So he moved in very recently then. I have two lodgers most of the time, one on the ground floor and one just below us. The first floor room became available a week ago, you see. Ah! That's no John, do be careful! Oh, my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir. You want to know my opinion? I thought he was a shady shot from the moment I set eyes on him. Oh, why? He seemed to have a most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. The man had shady written across his wet-soaked brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, Johan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later he's going to do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything. We won't be calling this mate as a witness, that's for sure. Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Yes, oh yes, indeed there was. And she's dying to tell us. Had you noticed anything else at all about your lodger, Mr. Natsume? Oh my word, yes, the man was shaded than an orchid. Could you elaborate? Now take the man's room, absolutely stuffed, full of books. As it is, more than anyone could ever read. And he never so much as passed the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. Just trots off to that old bookshop every single day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. The funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed too. Oh, I see. The gentleman of the underground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night. But I never know the Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. Oh, that doesn't sound too good. Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Oh, I don't understand that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house, is that correct? That's right, yes, they're both below us on the first floor in the street level. Then how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times that they come back in the evening, for example, even the times they go to bed? She's a stalker! Good grief, Johan, be more careful, woman! Oh my goodness, sir, I'm terribly sorry, sir. She did something that doesn't add up here. The maid is sus. The maid is very sus. It seems that the incident took place at around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out of the window at around that time? The window? Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone Suspicious loitering nearby. 5 o'clock is dinner time in the Gary Depp household, so I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Johan? No, sir, it would have been dusk outside already at that hour, and with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. Oh, I see. Did you notice? Fuck. Anything else out of the ordinary then? Such as? Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated? Well... yes, what's the something then? Well, it's nothing particularly insignificant, but at around the stature of time... time in here, there... This woman is doing... do be more careful, man. She's doing it... you know... on purpose. Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Narrow Hollow... Oh, yes, Narrow Hollow. I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I can remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour, nothing at all. Oh, really, Mr. Caridep? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been... Oh, well, as I was saying, it was just a trifling matter and really nothing of... Yeah, she's doing it purposely. She's hiding! Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened. Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quiet, uneventful meal. Yon? That's right, Mr. Caridep. What is the matter with these two? Sounds like something happened here in this room on the evenings of the incident, but what? I wish I knew. Could you tell us which floor Miss Natsume's room is on? Well, it's not on the list, just below us on the first floor. And Mr. Shom is investigating there even as we speak. Yes, told me not his name. Had asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key. Miss Natsume has engaged Mr. Shom's services? It's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we also had a look around in Mr. Natsume's room, I mean? Don't see why not. It's just down on one flight of stairs. Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us with the case, but we have to try. We need all the clues we can lay on our hands on, shall we? Yes, and while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Shomes again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more. There's a cat. Alright, bathroom break. Smell it? Smells so musty? Ew. No, me neither. It's so dark in here too. There's no wind. Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window, I think. Yes, once upon a time. But for some reason, it's been closed up with these bricks and mortar. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives. By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you? No, that's true, but according to what Mr. Caridep told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. Meow. Oh. Oh my, what an adorable little cat. Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master's away. I don't know about that. He disappeared into that pile of books as quick as a flash. It's a tricolor Mickey, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in the Great Britain? Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him in from Japan? That's made me feel homesick now. Already? We only been in the country for 2 days. That there seems to be wedged into a crevasse between the mountains of books on either side. I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat, but surrounded on all sides by these towering old tomes, surely he dreamt of books every night as well. Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop, Yorei Books. Oh yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it. Look, and the date of purchase. 2 days ago, at 4:45 p.m. It's the day of the incident. That's just a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books. The sum of 2 shillings lender in the receipt of the picture of Monsieur Legot, a meal of Cabarillo, and Canterbury yearnings. What the? He wasn't there before. Look, Mr. Naruhodo! Aha! There he is. Where did he appear from? See, he seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. Hope he won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes! Oh, you too, good day! Now, let me see. Where was it that we met? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we were together on the SS Beria. Oh yes, of course, the Beria. Let me see. What happened on that voyage? It was a Kazuma Asoki. He died, tragically. But you were a great help to us. Yes, but of course, the case of Mr. Asoki. Was the one with the snake, wasn't it? Oh, well, you seem to remember something of it at least. What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Sherlock Sholmes. This Mr. Oh, no, my dear madam, hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruhodo! And Mr. Susato! Try it the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. I lose the first round. In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London, but some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and wished me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved this matter in no more than 30 minutes. But they apprehended Soseki in that short an amount of time. I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvement a little. It's a mistake to think about that one brain's attic has elastic walls and can distend it to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts lest they should elbow out the useful ones. Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from an adventure entitled A Stud in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but unfortunately my associate pens them beautifully. It means Iris, I suppose? Miss Sholmes, Mr. Sholmes, you have some extremely important question to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned. Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madam, I should be only too pleased, and this murky room is enough place to discuss the murky case. We know this to be a lodging of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Soseki Natsume. It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes, for the stabbing of a young woman outside her on a prayer road. Prayer? Yeah, Natsume. Yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines. But Mr. Natsume denies it? Was it really just justifiable to arrest him on so little? I'm sorry, Mr. Sato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean. What? I can't believe he was looking Susato-san squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I am not merely feigning ignorance. It will appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh, and how? I assure you I have no recollection of accusing you as stoop compatriot of the crime, but that doesn't make sense. The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene. Ah, a man seen fleeing? There were a number of books scattered on the pavement of the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. And speaking with the operator, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there's a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. So you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit then? That I could not tell you. But it was like activating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in bibliophilia. Do not be deceived into believing that I am a man of leisure. No, no, no. Oh dear. Tell me. Have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yes, Mr. Carradine, a retired military man. It was the first time I have ever met a soldier from the great British institution that is the services. And it was the first time I have ever met a maid from the great British institution that is service. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid. Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer. And so conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Betoken their social standing? Sorry? Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class, those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family. Goodness, how extraordinary. As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I had no idea. And it is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs, specifically in the retired army veteran, Mr. John Carradine. Oh. Fallible as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Well, yeah, whether or not it imposed on the circumstances of this case, I am as yet unable to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost on what he means to say. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later. Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one. But sooner or later, as I said. I don't believe that's the issue here. How about this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes? Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there's a window of sorts. It's been completely blocked with bricks. I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. Window tax? What is that? Surely not a tax on windows. Precisely that. What the hell? That's kinda... Imagining that there's a tax on windows? What? Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Those of a lesser means having inherited a sizable and costly family home perhaps rapidly close windows up. Streamer tax? Yeah, imagine. Oh my god. Hydrate! While they reach open windows here, there, and everywhere. In an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with a large sums of tax money. How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light. Devoid. Indeed, the disease was rightful as a result. So some 40 years ago or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. The legacy remains, as you can see, in the squalid lodgings such as these, for example. Suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I have done a little digging and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price. Because their room is so awful, I should think. Apparently, Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago. Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Oh? Still, that is of a little relevance here, a matter not worthy of further attention. You sure? I'm curious now. Yeah. Well, I believe I have told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remember that, did you? Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder, to the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? I'm not sure. Not sure? On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in the court here only yesterday. Really? Well then, I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized, and so properly too. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? Yes, trust. Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? What the hell? My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea. Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Ah, yes, that was indeed my initial intention. But there are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. And one more thing. Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us. I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I'm quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Mr. Karidep is... Mr. Sholmes said as much before actually, didn't he? Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo, as yet our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help me establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probe a little deeper into Mr. Karidep's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. So I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. Karidep's room. Ah, you pair again. Tell me, what was the detective chap, I forget his name, still hard at work down there? Mr. Sherlock Sholmes? Yeah, yes, rings a vague bell. All the detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his elements down there. Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joanne. Here we go. Now, then, why don't you tell me what? For the umpteenth time, woman, will you watch what you're barely well doing? I should be serving dinner shortly, sir. Ah, yes, of course. Rightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave, if you'd be so kind. Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for your assistance. Wait, when are we supposed to... Not at all, not at all. Don't get much a chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourself out. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Karidep is hiding something. Since no other avenues of investigation seem open to us at the moment, perhaps we should do some digging. Digging? That kind of bothers me, but no. What the? What's he doing over there? Mr. Sholmes? Aha, we meet again, my dear fellows. Good gracious, when did you sneak in here? Sherlock Sholmes, sir, at your service. Whatever were you doing over by the window? I am given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. Yet sadly cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such an observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. Well, keeping an eye to one's window at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. And one more thing. One other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, me? I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind. Wait, he's not talking about... Is he? I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? There's a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. I think you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo. I think so. There's just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Dance of deduction! Poggies! Mr. Carrydepp. Though it would seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished service. Your standing as a lander is most certainly not what one might call first rate. I'm afraid, sir, that it is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I have been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon? The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. The old man's broken out in a cold sweat. Unbelievable, it seems Mr. Sholmes' conclusions are both spot on. How could you possibly... How could I possibly know? You mean to inquire? The answers couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Oh no. It's gonna be a... Alright. Nature of the beast. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see. What the? The fearsome beast has been on the rampage of the late within these four walls. Thus, we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Oh, he look up there? For a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Carrydepp, leads us directly to the answer. Not that one. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue. Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at last. At best, a fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts. What is this spiteful? I ask you. In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breeding specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. What? Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to, madame? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is? Your dress pocket uses a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Protruding from it is a handbill advertising at circus show. Oh. Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Carradine. At Patty's Circus, a traveling show currently sojourning in a nearby park, I have observed the tents. You saw the savage lion, sir, to the circus trope? I most certainly did not! I believe I have made my point. The fearsome beast which rang among in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to a circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. Oh my. A lion? Aftermath? Now, Mr. Carradine. It is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that polite pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Tangible? Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by the supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man! I simply... But what we must now ask ourselves is the true cause of this pain. We need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. No, it's not that. Yes, it is the pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has had devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. And so you had no choice but to let it go? Yes, well I am. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. You're wondering I have settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the right state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. There is no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it or was it not once said by a certain noble woman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? What? Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There's only one logical conclusion. Working to a friendship by hanker, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. Ha! Ha! Bruh! The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. Dude. Dude. What's the matter with you? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Carradine. I'm afraid I didn't notice. My deductions can be startling sharp. It stands to reason that your cup run it over. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times too. Oh. Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? Again? Your deductions just now. Do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room of this size? Indeed, it is the only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realm of common sense as well? But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Carradine and his mate would have been hurt, or worse, eaten alive. That's where you are stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. I thought you said they sold the lion to a circus. And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I have ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. Ah, my dear Misusato, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on Great British soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. Oh, what a glorious notion. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling that was coming. A slight message that all Mr. Shom's deductions need, you can do it. Excellent, I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. We don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsume's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe. Let's start again. From the beginning. Of Sherlock Holmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular! Alright, let's time to fix this. My turn. The correction. Hold it, Mr. Holmes! Okay. I really didn't see the lion thing coming. No, but if you observe Mr. Karidep's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room. Yes, something with a very fierce nature. But it could have been a lion transported from India, so what was it then? You must follow Mr. Karidep's gaze. That will lead us to a true answer. Wait. What's this photograph? It appears to be from Mr. Karidep's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he? Does, but he looks happy, doesn't he? Does, but you can make out his bride. No, how unfortunate! Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face. Wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply there. Mortal shells. How many days though?
Take that!
Or not. Fuck, is the mortal shell for reals? Judo. It didn't make sense, you know, random mock. Of course it doesn't random mock. Picture random mock, of course. A picture running amok, of course it doesn't run amok. What else do we have here? We have this and that's it, right? Yeah, alright. Let's try to answer it. Of course, the photograph frame runs rampant here, you know. It's the photo frame. These are shells for the cannon, are they? What a strange place to keep them. I imagine they have some significance to Mr. Karidep from his time in the army. Ah, of course, he mentioned a battle to us before. What? Do you remember he said he'd been shot in the knee? Perhaps it was one of those that hit him. Around that size had hit his knee, there'd be nothing left of it, or Mr. Karidep would for that matter. Okay.
Take that!
Wait, it's not that. Do I say anything else? Wait, there's only 3 options though, right? The lion? Wait, am I missing something? I thought that was it. The fuck? Yeah. Wait. I don't see anything shining. Yeah, more shells. I can only go right and this. Okay. Let me see. What really caused the damage in this room? I can't target anything else. Am I blind or There's nothing else to target. There's no, it's not the lion statue because it's wrong. And it cannot be fucking lion statue now. You have to like... Oh, I can... Bruh. Okay, I forgot. Yeah, you can go even... Powerful would be a kind of a plum, Mr. Haruda. Wait, what? Plum for... Oh, the mate? The mate, isn't it? Don't say the maid is her. That's someone you want to upset, that's for sure. Look, have you noticed her wedding ring? It's very large, isn't it? Yes, that's unusual design. It looks like some sort of perished sunflower. This must be happening when Mr. Karadep while still in the army. He seems to be carrying his rather stout bride effortlessly. Being smart at the same time. So he was very strong in his younger years. Hard to imagine now he's as thin as a rake. The true nature of the beast that has run aboard here is read by the newlywed bride.
Take that!
For real? The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo, no other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, the frame print pictures your wife, Mr. Karadep. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured, you can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. Horsepower? Oh, okay. Indeed, surely any woman of such a powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Honored might be stretching a point. Too late, the fact remains that the beast which so clearly savaged this room was your wife, Mr. Karadep. Okay, same thing now. It's that. It's her. Okay. The poor fragile, defenseless woman is beside her. Well, I don't know about fragile. Oh dear. Anyway, Mr. Shom is quite right. There's no sign of a Miss Karadep anywhere. Mrs. It seems there might be a clue as to her whereabouts. A clue that this maid is trying to hide. I wonder where Mr. Karadep's wife could be. Like I said, man. Like I said. She's wearing a very large ring, look. Oh yes, a sunflower design with some rather nice embellishment, and it's on the ring finger of her left hand, which means actually a wedding ring. Looks like it's on there for life too. I can imagine it was light off of a finger of that size. Something to think, Mr. Naruhodo, not to say. Do you know, Mr. Karadep's wife in the photograph had a ring very much like this one. It was a large sunflower design as well. Really, you have a great memory for these things. A large sunflower wedding ring. It's quite a coincidence that they have the same ring, isn't it?
Take that!
Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Oh. Indeed it does. That flower band gleaming on your finger gives you away. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Karadep's bride in this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household mate. Oh. No. You are Mr. Carrie Depp's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Carrie Depp herself. Oh my! What? Oh my word. Well, jolly fine detectives, sir. Detecting. As you rightly surmise, this is the wife. Yes, my Johan. Rather let herself go, you might say, but she was a bully, a cocker-back. It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. Would assume therefore you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you. A second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment, a man has his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chaplain can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London one is rather charged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs of no staff at all, though you might consider opinions such as concerns about appearances are folly. You mean Mr. Carrie Depp has his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Carrie Depp? Only in company, obviously, but listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please! The raging wife of Mr. Carrie Depp. Now, Mr. Carrie Depp. Mr. Trump is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Carrie Depp's wife a beast. Yes, as a woman that feels very uncomfortable, but Mrs. Carrie Depp is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true. So perhaps that supporting arm that seems to be propping up his head has some other significance then. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Carrie Depp's pain is untangible though. What could that pose of his really signify? Ha ha! Bruh! A slap cheek?
Take that!
Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel being revealed by that slap cheek. And of course, the delivery of that impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade. Was you, Madame Johan Carrie Depp? Well, yes. You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. How the blazes? How did you work that out, man? Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of the observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep you out of sight from view. Well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Carrie Depp to fly into a rage. And we need only follow the direction of your cause to find the answer. Case? It's not that. Didn't Mr. Shum say that the villas were all for Lion Father? Yes, but now we have established that the lion never existed, which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Carrie Depp's wife. Oh, Mr. Naruto, she's a person, not a thing. Yes, well, she's also the person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face, one so hard that it left a perfect hand mark, in fact. Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such a force, I wonder? I'd love to know the answer to that question. Bookmark. Oh, someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here. Look, Mr. Carrie Depp is clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh no. So it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. And look next to the signature here. Lip marks made with lipstick. Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture. Don't get any ideas, Susato-san. Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note then. Love note.
Take that!
Yes, it is this love note that has given the rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you as Mary. Passionate indeed. Perhaps the sender of this note, as certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here. But I don't know the Bally woman. You don't know her? That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. It was just in there, you say? That's right, that's what I've been saying! A likely story. Now listen here, you an old thing. I explained at the time. I bought the book at that second-hand place, and that note must already have been in there. So the previous owner of the book was using the note as the bookmark, you mean? That's right, that's what I've been saying! For one sex moment, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you've forgotten, is John. I like this story. Are you questioning my name now? Rip. And there I have it. I arouse the suspicions of the female heart, and you unleash a beast with the most ferocious bite. Now, the final bit of a rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last and unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? Look at something. It's not that one. But surely Miss Carrie didn't eat the carpet. No, of course not. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of this area, that this room is in a result of her wild temper. No, that's true. So this is the last part of Mr. Shom's deduction that we need to fix. We need to only follow Mrs. Carrie Depp's case, and that will tell us the real answer. All right, let's see what we can see. Yes. This is advertising a handbill for the circus. Paris Circus. It's in a nearby park. Isn't this the same as the one we saw earlier? The one that was folded up in Mrs. Carrie Depp's pocket. Perhaps they are very great circus lovers. It couldn't be that the Hungry Lion is somehow involved again here, could it? Oh, I do hope not. Oh, it's kind of. This looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it? The base looks too small, sure, it is very unstable. It looks like to me that, like, even the slightest knock would make it topple over. Oh dear, that would be dangerous. Wait, take a close look at this. There's one candle missing. Yes, I didn't notice that before. Why is that? I wonder. Why is one candle of the 3 missing from its holder? Because one is right down there. Okay, I got it.
Take that!
Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only to look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course, the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of the ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Indeed they are. There are scorch marks at the edge, clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks. It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Mrs. Carrie Depp's mighty arm muscle left an impression, not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused a candle to fall from the holder. And in seconds, the carpet was alight and the whole corner of the room is in flames. Yes, but the most ferocious beast in this world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, that ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Elegantly put, my dear fellow. So you see, there's but one conclusion here. After the spark of marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire. Mr. Sholmes, sir, I salute you! Deduction complete! It's these long winter nights, you know, nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there. And in the page of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material, for which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems. Don't know about admonished, demolish might be rather closer to the mark. And beast is mostly an absent. Here we go again! And the carpet was not destroyed by fire when a candle fell on the floor. Afraid to say it was, happening in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke, couldn't see a barely thing. I was caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames. You paint a terrific picture, sir, one that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you. Didn't take long for the fire to spread. Of course, the body furniture started going up as well. We had to hide the mess behind that screen for the time being. Over here, Mr. Gary Depp. Well, you have nothing more to hide now, if you allow me. Oh my! Had all my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Gosh, then the wife started hurling things at me. What a terrible sight it must have been. There was I backed up against the window under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. Most of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Bride. The Lion's Bride. Ah, yes, your notorious love of big cats coming through again. I assure you the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest. So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage. Mr. Sholmes' deductions turned out to be a correct ones again. It can only be described as a great British wonder. I tell you, it was a total carnage, flames everywhere, and the old stick in the full fettle. Out of interest, what time of day was that? I'm not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see. Around 5 o'clock, I think. So at exactly the same time as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below. Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole of Blighty could have been flattened outside my window at that moment, and I wouldn't have noticed a dash thing. Oh, really? Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, what can I do for you? Well, I think we have got to the bottom of Mr. Gary Depp's situation now, but what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What, my dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not. I just knew you were going to say that. Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of only two categories, those relevant to the case and those not. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter, it is of a far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry? Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over. Oh no, is it that time already? If we are to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to. So that's it. No more time to think. Perhaps you'd like to take yourself to bidding us farewell now. Must prepare for supper for Mr. Garydep. Oh yes. I'm so sorry. Thank you both for very much for your time. Soseki-san will be waiting for us, and I am going to have to give him an answer. What the? It's time, Mr. Naruto. We must hurry back to the prison. Yes, I know. Let's hail a car. Oh. What's the matter? Looks like something's going on over there in front of the Garydep's house. Huh? What the? I know the not old men fall to die prayers. Who are you calling an old man, you rum-looking mini-mini-pimini? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamed of in your philosophy. Who's this Horatio fella, eh? What are you on about? Excuse me. Eh, what the? Who are you now? I'm sorry, it just looks as though there might be some problem here. My associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see. Eh, a lawyer? What? If I can be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law. Fine, I'll be on my way for today. But you mark my words. I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle, thank you. What was that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are... Okay. I'm not Horatio either. Forgive the inquiry, sir, but... Are you a lodger here? I'm in the Garydep's resident. Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode. Mr. Garydep's mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worthy a polemist in my battle of words, nehe, could there be? Sorry, battle, did you say? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Miss Natsume and I sparred long into the night. I see. I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So fair maiden, so good gentleman. I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well. I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. Seems he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. With Soseki-san and that man is as lodgers, the Garydep house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go and find a carriage. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return. Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. (6:31 p.m.) Oh, it's you! You're here! You came! Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! I can't believe you came back! I'm so touched! We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume. Oh, no, think not me with... relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such a fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nipponis. Oh, now let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. There is nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand... Oh, this though friendship... It is through friendships transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. Such is my belief, at least. It's you! The miserable rotten spy! Sherlock Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything per se. Save observing, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is faring. Full room? At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is the superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight and cost me not a penny. Ah, you! How dare you, Sherlock Holmes! I had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings, no doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is a bad doubt! What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were accursed, I mean. And there's much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. What? Curse is a wholly appropriate description, I would say, for the man lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Miss Natsume, what did you mean by what you just said now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed? Oh no, why? Why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything about it. Oh, I see. That's really agitated him. You don't mean the trial is cursed somehow? Are you referring to the prosecutor at the Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean? Please tell me, summarize it succinctly in 16 salient words. No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever. Oh my goodness, can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly. Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGill. What? I am impressed, Miss Susato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord 16 killed the man himself? Oh no, he couldn't have, surely. You have some wonderful notions. Sorry? The man is in a mass murder. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. Why, of course he is. Of course he is. Then why are you trying to scare me? I don't know, man. It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that? The Reaper. 16 is a quite exceptional man. However, in London courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. That's good. Suki-san looks like he's going to cry tears of joy. As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there's both a judge and a jury. The judge of the officers based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It's an excellent system whereby the defendant guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Yep. Right. Criminals and corrupt lawyers for that matter can use it to their advantage by any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling impostors as witnesses, and so on. But such underhand means that those who would want to are able to sway the jury, which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. But it means the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly, it is from time to time, my dear madam. It is simply the reality of the situation. That's alright. However, those indicted by the Lord 16 cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my. Though the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they all disappear. It is most striking. Disappear? But how? By all manner of misfortune, sir. Oh, no. All example of reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. I knew it. I'm a dead dodo done for doom. Uh-oh. Poor guy. When you said accursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Karidep's house, I assume. Do you mean to say you believe the place is cursed? It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain, but I only been in London for a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. That didn't take long then. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me, all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time. I had to move a number of times, most recently to that room on Briar Road a week ago now. Yes, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap. I have so little money. It appeared to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. Then landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops. He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late. So I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it. But if not, don't mention it in the first place." Yes, well said. But it was true. It was all true. You mean the room really is cursed then? Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole, my sleep has been plagued with the nightmares. I awake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. And in my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer, thrown into prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. Well, shit. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really? No one at all? To believe, yes, to believe. Mr. Sholmes. Me? Mr. Naruhodo? Brave. What can I do for you? It's about the case on the SS Beria, if you recall. The Beria. That case, the one with the snake? Well, yes. At that time, I was the suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. You helped us to investigate. I did I? Interesting. What I wanted to know is why. Why did you believe me? I see, yes, you mean... because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in the locked room? Well, if you liked, yes. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have thought your doubt. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only thing I believe in are those I choose to believe in. What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind about what it is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to be believed in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I'm concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning, whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right. He's right, Lord Kumsturian Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Whether or not I can believe myself? The defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You were so right, Kazuma. Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There's a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Oh dear, there's never enough time, is there? Miss Natsume, if you like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. Welcome, student Mr. Naruto Esquire. As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What to believe in? The defendant, justice, or the truth? How to believe even? But I think I finally worked it out. I have decided I must believe in myself above all else. To trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me, in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was in many ways made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Mr. Sato, yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. The shocking events of this trial still weigh heavily on my mind, but it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Sholmes believes in me now too. So it's time. Time that I learned to believe in myself. Soseki-san has no one. He's all alone. So it's my job to help him, to fight his corner. Tomorrow, in the courtroom, with all the strength I can muster. Woo! Damn! Damn! Goosebumps, man. Goosebumps. Like I could already imagine, you know, the anime scene, like, you know, his eyes pop up, full of determination. So any idea who did it? Any idea? Any idea? The green hair we just met. The green hair guy. He looked like a circus guy. He looked like a circus guy. My guess it's him. Just based on guessing, nothing else. No proof or anything. Well, I never expected this. Who would have thought we'd be back here again so soon? We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as a research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite alright. Good morning! Your eyes. Miss Natsume, good morning. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now, I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literally people like take things so literally? Literally? Literally. Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Miss Natsume. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although, welcome student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes. I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Mr. Sato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence, then is it? Don't hide the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord 16? Look, let me tell you something, Mr. Natsume. The Reaper will be afraid of me again. I will make him... I will scare him. Is that right, Mr. Sato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord 16 is on the front page of everyone. I knew it. Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey. He stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now. In fact, until the day before yesterday, yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than nowadays, but we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they're all speculating various answers. Mundane! Mundane is the most significant saga of the century to some of us. Oh dear, may no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention, but there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, it's you. Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times, it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper. Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your oncoming bad luck. Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such a frail fortune? But the least lucky lawyer alive! Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London with little in the way of experience or skills or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Open Nalavet Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You are not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. Open Nalavet Milan Locum assistant, Mr. Mikotoba Esquire. I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness for as long as I live. Mr. Natsume, counsel for defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. It's about to start. Alright then, Mr. Natsume. It's time. Let's go. Yes. This is it! My second appearance in a British courtroom, and my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma, because this time I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last, just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight! Are we ready for this fight? Are we ready for this fight now? Are we? For reals? 10 AM! Alright, we got... Hey, isn't that the mate? Alright, bathroom break. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare the court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for their prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are truly a fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago, a mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Sato-san. After all, at the previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Very true. And the most fascinating, if dark trial it was too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate violent end. Violent end. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine battle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? Hey, this guy again, you never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in a fair play for everyone. You woman, well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Oh well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. I'm afraid to say I think it's quite possible that mustache foreigner did it. Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Six. Very recently, the Great Britain signed an alliance with the rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, this student is accused of a most sinister act. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime? I tell you from the bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed gold chalice here in this great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Gregson, huh? Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. Oh, that's the victim, huh? I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be. Question mark. Wait. She's plum. A daughter, maybe, of these? Maybe, who knows? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Who she is for sure? Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger. Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped moved, snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Oh, come on. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared and she is currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we have been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. Okay. The woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Olive green female, stout built, early 20s, pavement of Briar Road, east side. East side, remember that? The victim remains unconscious. Her name was cleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. Okay, so one single stab wound only. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. One of the weapons that was used. Sir, I know I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street. With a heavy blade like that, almost everybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even the scrat-looking Soseki-san, I suppose. A common or a garden jackknife. I would say rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. Now, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuable, I presume. Oh, already a tip is missing. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo, just a tip. A small piece of blade appears to be missing. You're right. We haven't spotted Miss Pulsato. I wonder what could have happened to it. Yes. You don't think could have still be watching the victim, do you? Oh, dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. Okay. So we're missing a tip. From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. Resentment?
Yes!
Yes? If theft and grievous had been ruled out as the motive, what reasons could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Did you arrest the man in spite of that? In a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way?
Objection!
Uh-oh. Brave, forgive the discourteous of flinching our freshly anchored ballad into a public gallery. But your words have soared its hallowed pocket. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond a question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your former testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. Okay, testimony time. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred and there was unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. Okay. Ah, yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. Will you take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector? Okay, the knife is in there. We got red, blue, and a brown book. The red is here, but I mean the way you guys can see it. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, forgive me, Lord 16, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Mr. Sato? Do go on. Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? But now you mentioned it, when we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. Ahead of me. Oh. A green overcoat? Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh, my photographic print in full color? What will the world come up with next? The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. Ugh. It seems this cross-examination could prove to be a pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance.
Hold it!
Light fuck, you say? Well, light for London. You can see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much further, though. That's light, is it? Around these parts, yes, not something I expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I read that London is famous for its fog, but in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. See how quaint. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate. I see. This time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Indeed, the other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Susato-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused. How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us. The witnesses. As Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe from Scotland Yard. That's correct, ma'am. Then we must hear their testimony. The prosecution will of course call them to the stand, just should be necessary. But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of the winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. And I'm aware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by a gas streetlights. The prosecution believes there would have been as ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite, here in London for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through of the fuck of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. Seems the Council for Defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector.
Hold it!
From behind, you say? That's right. As you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. You said this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in a critical condition, comatose no less. I'm afraid so, my lord. Yes, she's been treated at parts. I was hopeful that she'd come around before the trial started so I could take a statement for what it wasn't to be. Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Sheer force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly white eyes, I'm afraid.
Hold it!
Natsume's belongings. You'll find it's all in there in the photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books. They were irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. 3 books he had, though. It's like his code easy have carried all 3 books in one hand, which mean the other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. It's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? It's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. He managed to close the one avenue of escape he might have had before we even knew it was there. You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, Mr. My Lord, yes? The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. A comment is accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those nasty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused belongings is this place here, Bourbon Books. Your place on the corner of the Prior Road and Meerschaum Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in a lodging on the other side of the Briar Road at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like this. Okay. On his way home from that particular shop, Mr. Hodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being what? I couldn't agree more. So, where is it exactly? Hey.
Hold it!
Mm. Stock? Name? Name? Is it important name? Oh, Barbon Books? Wait a second. No, I don't... No, this is Yore Books, right? Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Could you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your former testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe? Well, you know. I mean, yes. It could be a very important clue. Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance, but please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Okay, no.
Objection!
If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Yore Books. Yore Books? Yore? Y-O-R-E, I presume? Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Barbon Books. What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Barbon Books. It's just that... Well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. This receipt proves it.
Objection!
Yes, for what difference it makes. Whenever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Objection!
I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here if that might be of help. Yes, thank you. But look at this place. If the defendant had been returning from Barbon Books, then yes, he would have also almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green must attack. However, if you take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Yore Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true? It rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely, it's absolutely could be right. Inspector Gregson, where is this Yore Books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. It turns out that Yore Books... it's just here on the next corner of Mearsham Street, Coin East. There we go. And there you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown. The way he regulates us with such a witticisms. To your future carry in the circus. You put that glass down now or I'll put it down for you. I am. Didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from the Yore books instead of Barbara, same. There's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victims were stabbed. What? Yes, thank you, Inspector. Oh. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponin's friend. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Well, shit. As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. What did I say? I had enough of this now. Beg your pardon? Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Mr. Naruhodo, this wasn't give up. What? What do you mean? If the prosecution assertion is correct, then members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. Oh, she's absolutely right. You must think. You must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. They claim that Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from the Yori books, but raise an objection. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from Yori books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. The defendant used these streets. Look what happens. He arrives back at his lodging without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand. Of course, however, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round. So, on a cold winter night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Because he doesn't want to get spotted. Well, the man doesn't want, people to see him. The answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't, in other words. The accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime. But, come on! Oh, yes, I got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself, ask Mr. Matsume which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. Huh? That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. Useless guy, man. I don't believe this. I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Natsume! Fucking useless! Pray what you say, insightful jurors. But even if that is the case, the defense still... Uh-oh. All of them? Oh, shit. I agree with Lord 1-6. Wholeheartedly and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean the members of the jury are completely convinced now? Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Why?
Guilty.
Why?
Guilty.
And why?
Guilty.
Why?
Guilty.
Why?
Guilty!
Why? What is your reasoning, huh? All 6 of them, rip. See, this system is so fucking flawed, man. It would appear that the jury's leaning is unanimous. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruhodo. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. I somehow. Those are the eyes of Corey, not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense written in the antiquate British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antique if you will, but it's still defense prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, Counsel. In the accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with the summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncle's refusal to throw in his alley. Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted himself, didn't he? If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why can only have been the victim? The man would have gone around the house on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I got work to be doing. Your books? Yes, nice shop, Dad. But modern books? No, not worth a visit. Not worth a visit, huh? With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Oh, why did he have to run away like that? How are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Hodo, this is no time for grumbling. If you want to force the trial to continue, yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. You have to follow counsels. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it. Ryunosuke? Oh boy. To be honest,
Hold it!
but you can deny that there are other routes Don Natsume could have taken back from the Yore books. Oh yes, like you drew out the map, you mean? What was it, Kabash Road or something? Precisely. It seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Okay, I think I have an idea. It could work. Okay, it could not work. Be different? Yeah, I have an idea. Alright. This could work. Or not.
Objection!
Okay. Nope. Take it away. It's okay. I guess I have to press them. Yeah, listen very careful. I have to press to be honest. And hear more of that. Guess it doesn't work like that.
Hold it!
Sorry. What did you say? What? No. But what I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. And at what time did you visit your books and the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. It's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. Just before 5, you say. Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. No, not after that dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and dunked my head. It's always worse after snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out. I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on a Calabash Road. That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Sure, number 6, I must insist. If you add that information to your formal statement, it may very well be extremely significant. Sorry, extremely sick. Okay. Since I shivered down my spine to hear that the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume killed. Okay. So did he add that thing? Okay. Now from now maybe?
Objection.
So no? Like that's the faster way though. Alright, so fuck it. I might as well press everybody in then. Okay, we got that then.
Hold it!
For sure this guy's not it. Must love is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. Oh. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me, I can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. Okay, it's not him though. In fact, if I remember correctly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened by that old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence? That's right. A Mearsham Street was. Mearsham Street? Oh, up there. Sure, number 5. I need you to add the information to your formal statement, please. What's the point in that? Can we just get this business over with now? Please, sir. It's important. Fine, I'll do it then. Okay.
Hold it!
Whatever it is the matter, young man. You're the wife of the Mr. Carrie Depp, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume's room. The master's wife. Where do you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid. The maid, you understand? Guess you let everyone vote guilty. Yo, yes. So give me up that charade. This is going to be awkward. And why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you've been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean. Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very, very clear. So I'm afraid I had no choice. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes the lodging in your master's house, doesn't he? Yes, that's right. Although he's only been in a little over a week now. And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this? Oh my goodness me. Yes, it's just a sword. What? Spending all his time in that dark and dingy room sporting that unscrupulous mustache. The man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I heard them, you know, people think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsume, how could people say such things about him? Just a harmless bookworm, nothing more. Well, you just call him a worm, so. Anyway, you better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She said enough damn things already. Okay, not her. We got this guy. Add some new things. The man would have gone around the house on his way back from the bookshop, not in the winter. I think... Alright, I think I have an idea. So he won't go around, but he did go around, right? Because... On the day it happened, I was picking up messages from dawn till dusk. Picking around, so there was some mining work maybe? But let me just press all these ones. You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Well, quite that's precisely my point. Clearly that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit. Let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman. Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. Hi there, Hachiman! How you been? How are you? The man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes. But if that's the lie as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible? I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds? I could tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. Did you play Golf Story? Golf Story? What is a golf story? Oh, you mean this game? No, if there's a golf story, I have no idea. I'm on episode 4. I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could possibly have committed this awful crime. Ugh. No one else could have done it. The accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple. Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit. Oh my, you are too kind, my lord. That went well for her. So not her. Alright, but first I haven't checked everything yet.
Hold it!
I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face. Or at the side of it anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started fussing around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Sorry? Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young Perhader pegged as criminals. Oh well, you know, water under the bridge. Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around and the police have been badgering me non-stop. If I could turn back the clock... Well, anyway, I don't know about the Lahadar, but at least I'm in the clear now. I'm free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Ah, thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind given our awkward history. Oh dear. Alright. This guy.
Objection!
Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, cancel. Explain yourself. Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. Eh, what? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3. Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implication of what's been said on our map of the local area. The day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. On the same day, we now know that there was works being carried out on Mearsham Street, making it impassable, which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Mearsham Street and down Briar Road. Oh yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? You must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So, the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice. Yes! My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes? I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. That's one. What about you, sir? Eh, who? Me? Well, alright then. If that's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in. That's what I say. Alright, well done, Mr. Naruto. That was a wonderful. Well, we managed to change a couple of minds at least. It strengthened our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stand as well. They'll be asking themselves if the current leaning are really right or not. Now, if we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume, we might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we have got to do. 1-6 is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent by whatever means we have at our disposal. Thank you, Counsel. On with the summation examination, please. Yes, my lord. Alright, I'm not... If he said that woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why it can only have been the victim? So, it's gotta do something with this old man? Oh wait, this guy's old man is in a green too? He's in green too! This toast is green. A flaw? What are you talking about, Counsel? Well, juror number 2, juror number 6. My, whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was found loud or anything. There's at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to Yore Books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in the front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are all well aware of all this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
Can we really be sure of that, madame? My, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6 account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy street in the neighborhood. Oh my! Oh. My goodness, you mean... That's right. I'm referring, of course, to Heart of Erring juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in that green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman who on the end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. But look at that! My goodness me! Sorry, you need a pee? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. Oh, on Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapse in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. You mean that, Olma, if you hadn't been so deaf as to be roaming about there, we have boxed this off hours ago. And really, what were you thinking when Mr. B. Fogling called? What did you say to me? Is it a crime for a elderly to walk the streets these days? Is it a crime to sleep over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest stars and wear a beautiful green overcoat? Is it? Well, is it? Is it? My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but... But, would you like to change your leaning, I presume? Yes, yes, yes. I do declare that I should like to call for verdict of not guilty. Good, very good, very good, very nice. Thank you. And I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Well... Is it a crime to change your mind? There we go. We got them. Well, that summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The eyes to the nose forward, so the nose have it not guilty, they say. Which means that we no longer have a conscience among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Objection, of course. What do you want? What do you want, eh? Uh-oh. It seems that churlish of me to think drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection. Only to crush it in disgust. Pray for forgive the discourtesy. Lord 16? It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited those jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Eh? Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I said is the truth. Indeed. Stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir. That's right, it took me the whole day and they paid me a measly 2 pence for it. Now may my learned Nipponese friend tell me, do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters? Meters? Less than 2 meters? Metres? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Eh, me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What? Did you perchance erect a sign to prevent a pedestrian from passing the side of your works? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway, and we just turn any gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman, as I can see. I have a little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. It's not true, is it? That incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Nacho may walk down Briar Road. An old man? Cold man, you can talk. You said that at around 5 o'clock on the day in question you slipped on and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there suspicious looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Oh, I can't say I remember as I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You said it was this old man that's accused, so but I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Being able to prove it? Well, shit. Order! Lord 16, explain yourself. My lord. If you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he had no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. Uh-oh, this shit. Now he's serious. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? Archie, my lord. The prosecution requests permission to call its next witness to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. It's next witnesses. Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman or no less. Afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright, no matter who one seeks bring to the stand as his witnesses, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent. Now I'll keep believing to the very end. Until this battle is over. To be continued? Not continued. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. What the? Constable Rolly Pete Shaw. Nothing to report on the streets, sir. And I'm Mrs. Pete. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town's hero's wife. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we have not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. No, it was your husband I was asking about. It seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation of patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I heard that before actually. Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean, and lighting and extinguishing our street lights. There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like a policing's duties at all. Wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I'd have to collapse long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. But the London Bobby is a man of honor. And a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Pete? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rowley? Constable! What a great witness he's going to be. Very well, very good. I'd like to hear your former testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. It was already my anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two seal houses appeared out of the fog in the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over the course, and then ran for help at the nearby police box. It's definitely that Japanese man in dock. Rowley and I both saw him as clear as day. Clear as day, huh? Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. The testimony is true. The alternative course of events that you'd established in the summation examination will be quashed. It's death knell, in fact, because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate pen be changing, and on your wedding anniversary too. Oh, I know. I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of London Bobby sounds very hard indeed. Indeed, however. This cross-examination will be over in 10 minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without a doubt they accused Mr. Soseki Natsume. One of these witnesses is a policeman, no less, so you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Except that the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking. Okay. No time to change after work, you say. Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. Breed? Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for straping young men, only women, children, and the elderly can't even apply. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you? I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down the ground, doesn't it, darling? What? I just finished my beat. But and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Oh no, Rolly, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right, sir. Yes, although I was a bit too drunk to be honest after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, yes, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? My warrant card, sir. Proof that I am a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all of us policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir, and for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without scramble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But sir, just on that particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Pete puts up with a lot of being married to a Bobby like me. I want her to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. A little over the top, perhaps. And then, can you describe what happened next?
Hold it!
Two silhouettes? That's right, they were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. Oh, there was a rather plump figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That's not exactly like the victim was pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume. Yes, unfortunately it does. You're certain that at that time there was nobody else nearby. Oh yes, quite certain it was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? What? Ah, yes, that's right. Of course there was a light fog on the ground, but Briar Road is dead straight and you could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians. Before sleep takes a firm hold, you answer please, Mr. Pete. You're quite sure of what you have just said? Yes, sir. As a couple who spends all day, every day, keeping watch on the streets, I swear to it, sir. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh my god. They're still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly.
Hold it!
I'm scared of something. What do you mean by that? Oh well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time, but then when we got closer we realized that what it was. Didn't we, darling? Huh? What? Oh yes, that's right. It was some old books. Let's see, old books. Yes, sir, the culprit dropped a number of them all around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print. That round Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Hold it!
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him, he was the man in the dark without question, sir. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taunt man, the snub nose, everything. Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right, he looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying intense eyes. Then suddenly he threw his books on the pavement and ran away. I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. I remind you the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please continue.
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help? Oh, nice. These two? You like these witnesses? They're funny. This poor man, the poor husband. No, I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? He's just a sleepy boy. Well, yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. B to go. I was off duty by that point, but Bob is never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive me my ignorance. What do you mean by exactly by the right police box? Depends on the crime location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to a port. Fun fact, the name pun of patrol has been used twice, 3 times if you want to count the fan translation of the investigation too. Patrol? Man, I didn't realize pun. What pun is about it? What are their names? Oh wait, Roly Poly. Wait, no, Roly Patricia, right? Patricia and Roly. Roly Patricia. Patricia and Roly. No! No, Patrol. Wow. Wait, for reals? Twice already? Have I heard, you know, the second time already? The first time? This is the first time I heard for Roly and Patricia, or have I heard from the previous game? I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby and Duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know. Their one is in Spirit of Justice. Okay, so that one I haven't played. And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved at the actions of 2 model citizens. Oh please, you're making us blush, isn't he, darling? Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. Patricia. Let's move on, shall we? Clear as day, huh? Okay.
Hold it!
But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? You absolutely could. Us Londoners have an exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know. Right. The light from the street lamps was more than enough. My husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Yes, what of the fog? You're famous for it across the globe, I believe, but it's an absolute menace to those who have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was a little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? What? Yes. It was the accused and no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, and the cat eye legs. Okay, the same thing. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, It really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Pete saw what they saw. They say they saw. Miss Natsume running away from the scene on the Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. If that's true, where does it leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no, then what do we do? If Kazuma-sama were here, what are you trying to say? Think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony? What do you mean, somewhere else? The statement also about seeing Miss Natsume is unequivalent, calling that into a question won't help. If you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them to make the jury a doubt if their parents' memory of the day is accurate. Alright. Simply, we must focus on finding the discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If you don't, I'm afraid that trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Okay. Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we have told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it. What? No. Of course, no. It's really not that at all. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything. Like. Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? Oh! I could tell you the names of every single one. Every single one. Okay. And you dare to question how real my testimony is? That will do, Mr. B. No, it won't do at all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, I don't think for a minute that Rolly will. I really don't mean to cause this offense. Please put your husband face down. Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Pete. Might that appease you? I got her. Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? I gotta take a bathroom break. Holy. I couldn't even tell you the names of the 4 books. 4 books?
Objection!
So you're saying that there were 4 books. That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur somebody, what's it earnings, a meal for someone, and the thingummy something. I'm sorry, Mrs. Pete. But there's a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no, what flaw? Simply that at the scene of the crime, there are only 3 books and not 4! What? This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books. Your books? Yes, and it details Mr. Natsume's purchase that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. Only 3? But no, that can't be! I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you, 4 30-old books. Oh really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books. But I just don't believe it. I saw them there, I swear it, I saw them. No, madam, I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! No! Oh no!
Objection!
Objection. Well, it's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these two witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. So you're striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancy. Discrepancies? Would that be fair? He sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat really called against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with that toast. To a policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect. Oh, you see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene of Anna Pryor wrote, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection!
But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. That print. You mean to say? What the fuck? Allow me to present another one that shows the victim's hand. Wow. I don't believe it. It's just the 4th book. As you will observe, the 4th book. Hey, it's burned too. That book was burned. So it's, yeah. That girl is the, I think for sure is the daughter. Could be the mate. And oh no. There, you see, you look at that, look. Yes. Just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir, Patricia's always right. Let's study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Pitt, tell us once again, if you please. Oh yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or the other. The picture of Monsieur Lecoq. What's it yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. A meal for someone. A meal for Gaborio, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book's titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Pitt's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir, flawless. Patricia's is flawless. But there are only 3 books under receipt, and Mrs. Pitt mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print. I'm sorry, counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? Wonder, what became of that 4th book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. My pleasure, my lord. Haha, the lion's bright! Let me see, it's a book entitled The Lion's Bright. I'm afraid. Yeah, we know this. The Lion's Bright, that's strange. I think I heard of a book by that name before. I have very recently too. It's a title I recognize too, Mr. Naruhodo. Come on, guys. You guys know it. Oh, look at this. The book's been... Yep. The back cover is badly burned. There we go. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend, but your resistance until now has been in vain, entertaining yes but futile. The spurious longer route to accuse lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination and the attempted to discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection is near cross-examination. Futile. I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything we said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is it the decision you have to make all too apparent already? Uh-oh. You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course. Mr. Hodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make the matters worse. This thing Ryunosuke thing, what do you think? What do you do now? Wait and see. Just keep quiet now and see what happens. Well, it appears the defense has no objection at this juncture, in which case... Was that not clear? Because of the defense is in great danger. Yes, I realize that, which is why I decided to let the sweat drip from my trembling brow in silence. You're so right, sorry. If I don't say anything now, it'll all be over.
Hold it!
No, wait! The defense...
Objection!
Defense will have to wait? Because that sapless detention cannot go unpunished. Oh yeah?
Objection!
I'm not done yet! No, my learned friend, it's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast, there's no more room for debate. Die for me? Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord 1-6. It seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh? I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Hodo. One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance. So, the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Mr. Sato, please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter? What matter that you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Hodo, what do you think? Just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for? The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. Yes, I understand. And thank you, Mr. Sato. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence.
Take that!
The evidence's question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We've already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. What? But there... You want the court to believe that the evidence in question contains a hitherto undiscovered clue? So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Hodo. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case, which this fourth book conceals?
Got it!
I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you... Oh, good gracious, it's been burnt to crisp. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching on what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? What of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh? You're right to concede the point. If it bears no relation to the case, there's nothing to discuss. So should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does a charred book hide? A charred book? There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tomb has suffered? Its owner. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon, but we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hands as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. The question is how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how can you possibly... Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little campus goes over average. Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court who you claim this owner of this burned book.
Take that!
The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who owns the house where the defendant has his long lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Gary Depp. The landlords? And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but... Of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than the Mrs. Gary Depp herself. Oh my goodness. Me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Gary Depp's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Gary Depp's house? I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hardworking member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Gary Depp's house. Good lord, what sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord. Okay. The Lion's Pride? By Jove, the very same title that's the subject of this debate? Oh dear me.
Objection!
This is risible. All you have done the court is that the book by the same name was involved in a fire, in which case it would be reasonable to assume that it was burned to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Gary Depp was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Gary Depp even amid the flames. Oh, how awful. I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rowley? Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. Had all my... Yeah. The man had his back up against the window and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through the window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No, a thorough investigation of the surroundings area was conducted the very evening of this incident. There is no report of the Gary Depp's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Gary Depp's household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time in... not even remotely? Let's not forget the reseason and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Gary Depp's wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's good enough. Oh. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward, a mean coward. Really? Claiming that a little thief set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Imply that I'm merely posing as a maid for my parents' sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, none of it. Not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. No, I assure you that was never my intention. Tracking an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box you, yes, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now, listening to this Nippon spouting out his fancy foreign theories? But, think about it. They are lost. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache, and he ran away from the scene too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Sorry, what's that? Well, it will appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zix? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings, but then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait. The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. What? Now, forgive the discourtesy this time? I am. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decision regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Oh.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty!
Rip! Thank you for that unambiguous response. That's twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruto, don't give up. Susato, have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're exercising, of course. The defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. Alright, this... Alright. Save the game. I can't go any further than this. I cannot go any further than this. Time is running out. Alright, there we go. Save the game. That is that. Unfortunately, guys, we cannot go any further than this. I tried to go as far as I could. But looks like I think I can finish this trial tomorrow for sure. And start the last case of the first game. See you around, Spirit. Thanks for watching, guys. Happy Monday. Have a lovely, lovely new week, my friends. See you all around. Tomorrow, at least.